you guys have any questions. 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. 2,100. Those are 925 degrees. You could. We make steaks in the glory holes, those round ovens there. Yeah, it's an electric oven. We hold it at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. You know, they'll be in there probably for a couple of days. The thicker the glass is, the longer we take to cool it. No, I think he's going to use them in all different sculptures. So use one slab of glass, and then some kind of wood parts of the sculpture. Each one will have one slab in it. No, each one will be for a separate piece. Maybe this afternoon. This, we think casting the slabs will probably take most of the morning. Oh, really? Well, Gabe says they're going to blow something in an hour or so. Sarah's cutting off any excess that spilled over the edge of the ladle. Yes, we'll keep that glass, and eventually that'll go back in the furnace. What? Uh, yeah, kind of. Mr. Anderson wanted these slabs a little bit on the rough side, so they won't be totally smooth. So after we pour each of these slabs, we have to let it cool a little bit till the glass is stiff enough to hold its shape. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly. So we're going to take that slab off the metal table. We're going to place it in that big black oven. That's called the annealer. We're going to be cooled slowly over several days. I'd be guessing 12 pounds or something. I haven't picked it up, so I have no idea really. 40 pounds? He's dealt with it, so I take his word for it. How are you guys? So what we're doing this morning, we've been commissioned by an artist, uh, Park Sanderson, local artist, to cast some glass slabs for his sculptures. He makes these wood and glass sculptures, and we're making the glass elements. We're making little impromptu molds with the angle iron, and we'll just ladle the mold glass into the molds, let it set up, and then we'll cool it over several days. These folks you see work in the glass are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They work for the museum. They all have over 20 years experience working with glass. We're collecting the excess glass, and that'll eventually go back in the furnace. Yes, that's clear glass. The orange color you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. He didn't send us any plans, so I'm not sure what they're going to look like. He didn't send us any drawings, so I'm not sure what they're going to look like. As we finish each of these slabs, we put them in that big black oven. That's called the annealer, where they'll be cooled very slowly over days. You have to keep the ladles, which we use, cool, or the glass will stick to them. That's one of the reasons we have so many ladles. Each time we pour, we dip the ladles in water, but they do absorb a lot of heat. If they absorb too much heat, the glass will stick to it. So everything that we make like this has to be cooled slowly. So we'll take it to those big black ovens. Those are called annealers. They're electric ovens. We keep them at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night, they have a computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. I don't know. What? I don't know. So now in the center, we're setting up our molds. So just using pieces of angle iron to create spontaneous molds according to Mr. Anderson's instructions. We'll fill them up with molten glass, and then we'll cool them very slowly over a day or so. Chris, did you find some pictures of Mr. Anderson's sculptures? So each time we pour one of these, we have to wait a little bit so the glass cools to the point where it retains its own shape. If we were to move them too quickly, the glass would start to flow. We put them in our annealing oven where they'll be cooled very slowly overnight. Anybody have any questions? It's a pretty simple, straightforward process. Glass sticks to hot steel, doesn't stick to cold steel. So we got to be careful during this process to not to get any of the metal parts too hot, or the glass will stick to it. If you came in a little later, we're working for a local artist, Parks Anderson. He wants to make some wood and glass sculptures. As part of those sculptures, he's asking us to cast a variety of slabs of glass. We're making the molds out of angle iron, just kind of spontaneously arranging the angle irons to make a form, and then filling it with molten glass, and then cooling it over several days. There we go. So these are some of Parks Anderson's sculptures. Thank you, Chris or Cole. Do you guys have any questions? Yes, we actually just got some photos. Not these exact sculptures, but can we put up Park Sanderson photos? So they're a combination of wood and glass, and where he's contracted us to make the glass slabs. Nope. What? Yeah, we're a separate private nonprofit organization. We're a museum. These guys are all professional glass makers. Each of them has at least 20 years experience. They work for the museum. It's not students or school or anything. So Gabe in the gray sweatshirt has put on some Kevlar gloves. He's going to carry the glass to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled very slowly over a day or so. So if you came in a little later, uh, we've been commissioned by a local artist, Park Sanderson, to cast some glass slabs for his sculptures. They're going to be wood and glass sculptures. He's given us sizes and shapes. We've constructed a little impromptu molds using angle iron. We're going to fill them with molten glass, and then we'll cool them over a day or so. The glass that they're pouring is clear glass. The yellow-orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. These are going to be all completely clear glass. After we pour them, we have to wait a little while till the glass solidifies to the point where it can hold its own shape. Then we can take it out of the mold and place it in our annealing ovens where it will be cooled slowly over a day or so. Has anybody got any questions? Yep. We'll take that to the annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Next thing we're going to be doing, we're going to be casting some awards for the Washington State Arts Commission. We've gotten a graphite mold that's been carved. We're going to fill it with molten glass. We get a close-up of the mold. I don't know if we can get a camera on it. You can't see it from above, maybe. No. We'll try a different camera. There you go. Okay, so there's the mold. It's been machined out of graphite. We'll fill it with glass. Ben, tall guy, is going over to our glass furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the glass at approximately 2,100 degrees. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. You just ladle it into the graphite mold. Graphite, like graphite in your pencil, is a very high temperature material. You really wouldn't think so, but it's good up to 3,000 degrees. So we have to let the glass sit in the graphite mold a little while till it cools to the point where the glass is stiff enough to retain its own shape. If we just dumped it out of the mold immediately, it would start to spread and distort. The glass itself is made out of three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. Soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which acts as a flux and lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We take those three ingredients, throw them into the furnace, cook them overnight at 2,400 degrees. They all melt together and make glass. That glass will be clear glass. If we want to make colored glass, we add different kinds of metals. Those three ingredients plus cobalt makes blue glass, chromium makes green glass, tin makes white glass. So we're carrying the finished awards to our annealing oven, the big black oven, where they'll be cooled very slowly overnight to prevent cracking. So we cut away the excess glass so we don't get a little stray string in it. We'll take the torch and melt in any little strings of glass. Or if there's a bubble on the surface, we can pop it. Do you guys have any questions? So these are awards designed by Ben Cobb, tall guy here, and they're for the Washington State Annual Awards, Arts Council Awards. You guys have any questions?
Are you guys gonna blow any glass?
Yeah, that'll be next. We'll, yeah, so we're gonna finish this award, then we're gonna have to rearrange the shop a little bit and set it up for blowing. Can we get another camera on the mold again? Can we get that overhead shot again? You had a good one. There we go.
We're gonna switch around. We need about 15 minutes to switch around the shop so we can blow some glass. And yeah, we need about 15 minutes.
So we're going to take about 15, 20 minutes to rearrange the shop. And then we'll start our blowing. Yeah, so if you want to guys going to go look at the exhibits for a little while, come back, and we'll be ready to go. Oh, 15, 20 minutes. 15 or 20 minutes. So we're just about ready to start. Everything that we make here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what they look like inside. So each one of them has a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you could imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get the glass out of the furnace. We take one of those steel poles. Those are called blowpipes. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. So all the glass that's in our furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. When we want to make a colored object, we buy colored glass separately. We buy it in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint, red, yellow, blue, pink, purple. We blow a bubble of clear glass from our furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat the clear bubble with the colored glass. This is called a color overlay. So right now, Sarah, in the black shirt and khaki shorts, is heating up some of the colored glass. The round oven that she's heating up the glass in is called the glory hole. The glory hole has no glass in it. We put up the glory hole diagram. Its glory hole is just a big brick barrel with a gas burner in the side. And we use it to just heat and soften the glass while we're working. Each time we heat up the glass, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while the glass is hot and soft. And when it cools and stiffens, we return to the glory hole and heat it up again. So now Gabe, in the gray shirt and shorts, he's going to get some glass out of our furnace, and he's going to blow a little bubble. All glass, when it's really hot, looks some shade of orange. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. The glass on Gabe's pipe is completely clear. It's just so hot, it's glowing orange. So over on the left, Ben has dined some Kevin. I'm going to tell you. If you let me tell you. So we're making some custom sheets of glass, and we blow a cylinder. This is the way sheet glass was made back in the Middle Ages. So we blow a cylinder, cut the top and bottom off, slice it down the side, put it in a kiln like that, heat it up till it's soft again, and unroll it, and we get a flat sheet. So he'll open it up part of the way, and then we'll just let the heat do the rest. Do you guys have any questions? Yes. Well, it happens for various reasons. In this case, we were casting out of that furnace. We were filling molds with a big iron ladle, and that caused some bubbles. Yeah, there's a million reasons why it could be. So Gabe, sitting at the bench, has a bubble of clear glass. Sarah has the colored glass. We'll drop a big blob of the colored glass on Gabe's bubble. And then he'll smear it until it entirely coats the original bubble. This is called a color overlay. The reason we apply colored glass like this is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we filled up the furnaces with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we can coat it with whatever color we want. Looks like Sarah's going to get a second color. In that little black oven, we have bars of colored glass. It's 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1250 Celsius. That's the temperature. I don't understand you. Oh, that's just an outdoor thermometer. It depends. We have pipes of all sizes. They probably range from maybe 6 to 12 pounds. Depends on what size we're using. So we're about to apply a second color to Gabe's bubble. Gabe is the man sitting down wearing the hat. So when we put one color over the other, they maintain as distinct layers. The two colors don't mix. So it looks like we have a gray, and then over that a transparent beige. Anybody have any questions? Yes. How do you make the color? Yes. No. No. They when you apply them, they stay as separate layers. So you can look. You can say put a transparent red over a white, and it'll look like a bright red because the white will brighten the transparent red, but you can't physically mix them. No. No.
We're gonna make a vase. Vase with handles.
Do you guys have any questions? Thank you. Yeah, I think they have them in the shop. Yeah, I think they have them in the shop. He's going to make a vase with handles. Yep. stretch it out and snip it, drop it, flip it over again, attach it. Yeah, yeah,
He has a question.
yeah.
Can I just draw a picture and you guys like try to?
Well, we have a contest for kids. Any kid at Campus Museum could do a drawing, but once a month we only pick one, and we make that out of glass. So you can. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms, but it's a contest. We won't. We won't just make it because you drew one. You got to win the contest. So now Gabe is shaping up that bubble. We're going to let that bubble cool and stiffen a bit. And then I think we're going to put one more layer of clear glass over that. Gabe's going over to our furnace. Behind that door, we have a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of molten glass. Each time we dip it in and coat it, it's called taking a gather. Gather. Now Gabe's going to hand the pipe over to Ben. Ben's going to shape the glass with a tool called the block. Guess. 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. 2,300 Fahrenheit, which is 1250 Celsius. Can we put up how hot is it? So we have all the different temperatures of different pieces of equipment. The orange numbers are Celsius. The white numbers are Fahrenheit. So now we're starting to blow it up. Sarah, seated to the left of the workbench, she's the person that's blowing. She blows through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflates the glass as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it. The pad in Ben's hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up, ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes it. We put up the newspaper photo. So that pad is just regular, everyday, ordinary newspaper. Thank you, Chris. Cole. So Sarah is blowing as Ben shapes the glass with the pad of wet newspaper. He's squeezing the glass at the top to make a notch in it. That notch is the place we're going to break the glass off when we're finished shaping it. Do you guys have any questions? Hey, how you doing, Art Star? I've just been informed that we're going to have a panel discussion about our new exhibition, which just opened last night, Two-Way Mirror. It's going to be here in the hot shop when the glass blowers break for lunch at about 1 o'clock. So, it could be interesting to hear what a lot of folks have to say about the exhibition and the theories behind it. When he holds the glass down at an angle like that, the glass is soft. The bubble will stretch under its own weight and get longer. We have two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round oven, the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with a torch. When we heat it up with a torch, like Ben is doing now, it allows us to focus the heat in a particular place. So we can just get one part of the glass extra hot and soft, and we can shape that part without disturbing the rest of the shape. So in this case, we're going to flatten the bottom of the vase. Gabe is holding a wooden paddle across the bottom. Ben is leading on the sides with those metal tongs, the jacks, to make that edge nice and sharp. Does anybody have any questions? We're making a vase. Yes. The colors in glass come from mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white. The next part of this process is to transfer the glass from the rod it's on now to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the vase from the bottom while we shape the top. Sarah, over on your right, is preparing the punty, Punty. She's He's going to bring it to Ben, sitting at the workbench. Ben's going to attach it to the bottom of the vase, and then we'll break the vase away from the original pipe. When they feel that bond is strong enough to bear the weight, then we'll break it away from the original pipe. We'll drip some water off those tweezers onto the place where we want it to break. Give it a tap, and off it comes. Now the vase is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Yes. They said gray over beige over gray. Glass at the top of the bubble is always a little bit thick. So we're going to take the tweezers, stretch it out a little bit, and trim some of it off. Gabe's going to stretch out the glass. Ben's going to stretch out the glass with those tweezers. He's going to take his shears, and we'll cut the part we just stretched out off. Next thing we're going to do is add a little stripe around the top of the vase. We add a stripe of a contrasting color to the top. We call it a lip wrap. Lipwrap. Gabe's coming over with our color. You just wind on a little strip of a different colored glass. Draining? Oh, training. I thought you said draining. Uh, there's no formal process here in the United States. Some people learn at work. Some people learn in art colleges. Some people actually here in Tacoma, you can study glassmaking in the public schools starting in middle school. But there is no it's not like, it's more like learning piano than it is like being a lawyer. Being a lawyer, there's a very formal process. There is none here in the United States. It's not a formal process. We sit you down at the bench, hand you a pipe. If you're good, you're good. If you're not, you're not. I'd compare it mostly to music. People study music in all sorts of different ways, and you really judge them when they sit down to play. You could have a, degree from Juilliard or something, and if you can't play, you can't play. If you can, you can. Yes. The furnaces, natural gas, and forced air. The the glass furnaces are 2,300 degrees. The glory holes, the round ones, the glass furnaces are 2,100. The glory holes, the round ones, are 2,300 Fahrenheit. So over on the right, Gabe is rolling the clear glass from the furnace in little chips of colored glass called frit, F-R-I-T. This is a quick way to color a piece of glass. We roll it in the little chips. We put it back in the fire. The little chips of colored glass melt, and it forms a candy coating of color like an M&M. Can we put up the frit photo? If you look up at the big screen, so we buy this frit in different colors. It's just crushed up colored glass. Thank you. Getting ready to add some handles to this vase. Gabe on the right is preparing the handles. The glass for the handles, we'll bring it to Ben, sitting at the workbench. Ben will apply them and shape them. Gabe comes over with the glass for the handles, brings it to Ben. Ben attaches it. Over to the right, Gabe has gotten some more clear glass out of the furnace. He's going to roll it in the frit. He'll put it back in the fire. The frit, the chips of colored glass will melt, and we'll coat that glass with color on the outside. Do you guys have any questions? We're marking with chalk where we want the next handle to go. So we're going to repeat the process we did on the opposite side. Gabe has put on some protective clothing. The yellow gloves that he's working with are Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire resistant insulating material. When he grabs that vase, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, and we'll take it to our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. We'll take the tweezers, drip some water where we want the glass to break from the metal pipe. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap will release it. We'll melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And we'll carry it to our annealer where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. Does anybody have any questions? Questions are free. You guys? Anything you'd like to know? Okay. You couldn't hear his question? No, he didn't. So we're going to make another vase. Gabe, in the gray shirt and gray shorts, is taking a steel pipe called the blow pipe, and he's dipped it into our big tank of molten glass. A little bit of glass collects around the end of the pipe. He'll shape it on that steel table. The table is called the Marver, M-A-R-V-E-R. He gets it to the right shape and the right temperature. He's going to blow a little air into that tube, and another little bubble will pop out the other end. This is how we start almost every hollow object that we make. While Gabe is creating the little bubble, Sarah is heating up some colored glass. We buy our colored glass in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint. We blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace, heat up a chunk of whatever color we want it to be, and then we coat that clear bubble with the colored glass. So now Gabe will smear that colored glass till it entirely coats the original bubble. Can we put up the color bar slide? Uh, so we buy this colored glass from two companies in Germany. They make every color you could possibly imagine. They have 200 different colors. And we just blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace, and we coat it with whatever color or colors we want it to be.
That looks beige to me. All the beige colors are a fall color.
It's all like different ambers, whatever was chucked up. I don't know what they are. They're
Fall
just.
color. You should be able to tell. I mean, that last one was
I put the
gold
cutoffs
over
on the
beige.
marble wall. The trims are on the marble.
So we're making them in a variety of fall colors. Ambers, oranges. ones on the pedestal? Yeah, they were last week.
Last week? I like the green and blue. I like the green and bluish one.
Good.
I like the seafoam kind of milky blue one. Yeah, it's pretty.
Good color.
You want to ask how hot these ovens get? That's a
Yeah.
good question. You want to ask?
How hot are those ovens?
They're as hot as the hottest volcano.
It does look like a volcano.
Yeah, it does kind of look like a volcano.
Ooh, they added new ones.
Neat.
Oh, did Charlie lose his one eye or something in an accident?
Correct.
Oh, it was a car accident.
Nothing new.
Oh, okay, I thought it was. At least it wasn't a BB gun or something.
So now Gabe is going over to our furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank, 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We dip our bubble into the molten glass, and we coat it with a layer of clear glass. The orangey color you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. So now we have all the color we need to make the vase. Now we're going to start to blow it up to its full size and shape. Sarah is seated to the left of the workbench. She's the person that'll be blowing. She'll blow through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it. So Sarah's blowing, and Ben is shaping the glass using a pad of wet newspaper. Just ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the paper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Now Ben has in his hands a tool called a jacks, and he's squeezing the glass and making a sharp crease in it. That crease will be the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. So Sarah's blowing. You can see the glass bubble getting bigger. Yes. How do you learn the safety regulations? I don't know. You just tell them. Everybody's supposed to wear glasses, closed-toed shoes, cotton clothing. If you're moving behind someone, let them know. Um, you got to know where the fire extinguishers are. I mean, it's just straight ahead common sense. I'm serious too. What? We don't have like long, involved safety classes or things like that. Oh, we have a staff of like 5, so they're all experienced glass blowers. Each of them has at least 20 years experience, so we really don't have to tell them very much. Yeah, let's see. Um, Gabe, 27 years. Ben, 30. Sarah, 24. So at 1 o'clock today, we're going to have a talk, actually a panel discussion on our recent exhibition, Two-Way Mirror. We just opened it last night. and it should be very interesting. So we'll stop glass blowing and we'll start the panel discussion at 1. Hi. Do you guys have any questions? Oh. So we're flattening the bottom of the vase, holding a wooden paddle across the bottom, and leaning on the sides with those metal tongs called the jacks. Fuchsia? All the colors that you see while we're working are distorted by the heat. Gabe says this is going to be a fuchsia when it cools off. The next part of this process is to transfer the vase from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the glass from the bottom while we shape the top. Sarah, to the right, is preparing the punty. She's coated the end of that steel rod with a little molten glass. She's going to bring it to Ben, sitting at the workbench. He'll stick it on the bottom, and then we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Here comes Sarah with the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. They've attached it to the bottom. When they feel that bond is strong enough, we'll take the tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water where we want the glass to break, give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. So now it's held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Glass at the top is always a little bit thick, so we're going to take a pair of tweezers, stretch it out a little, and trim some of it off. final step in making these vases is we're going to add some handles over on, while Ben works on the top of the vase. Gabe over on the right is preparing the glass for the handles. He's taken clear glass out of the furnace, rolled it in little chips of colored glass called frit, and he's melting those on. So we have a contrasting color for the decorative stripe. So now Gabe is coming over with some contrasting colored glass. I think it's black. I'm going to wind on a little decorative stripe at the top. That's called a lip wrap. Lipwrap. Ben's going to widen the opening a little bit. The tool in his hand is called the jacks. Gabe is holding a wooden paddle across the front to make sure it stays nice and flat. What kind of wood makes up the paddles? Most of them are some kind of fruit wood, apple, pear, or cherry, because the fruit woods are dense and they don't have a lot of resin, so they don't smoke. You don't see it move. You don't see it flop around. So it looks like it's stiffer than it is. on the right. Gabe is preparing the glass for the handles. Gabe is making little notches in it to make what we call a Roman handle. It has a texture sort of 3 fingers. So we're coming over with the glass for the second handle. So we're almost done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. We're going to take the vase off the rod it's on. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll cool very slowly overnight. So Gabe, in the gray sweatshirt, has put on some Kevlar gloves. He's going to carry the finished piece to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. We drip some water on the joint between the metal rod and the glass. We melt a little spot where we broke it off, and we'll take it around the corner to our annealing oven. So let's have a big hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Ben Cobb, Gabe Feenan, and Sarah Gilbert. So in about 10 minutes, we'll have our panel discussion for Two-Way Mirror, the exhibit we just opened. So come on back and check it out. We play color overlay. We play color overlay? Oh, maybe you're not up there.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Can we play Kids Design Glass? Just a little entertainment till the panel begins.
Do we have anybody else?
Yeah, we have one more
Okay.
person.
Are you joining us?
Why not? I'll watch from up there.
Oh.
Right.
Do you want? Oh, you got one.
Can you ask Walter if he corrals people in the galleries to come in too?
In England still. Finished playing in Nice before the war. So that's amazing. Museum.
Kipchoge, you better watch out for you.
Pardon?
Kipchoge, you better watch out for you.
That was decades ago.
Museum. These establishments haven't shown anything like this exhibition at all. The people that sponsor them.
Hello, everyone. We'll be starting shortly. We're just waiting for one more panelist and to see if a few more people trickle in from the galleries. All right.
Come on, you take that, sweetie. Just here to support you guys.
No, you're not. Where
Absolutely.
we're sitting? Have you got a seating pattern or?
Yeah. Just wherever you all want to sit.
Cheryl here?
Cheryl, come down.
Where do you want me, Jabari? That end or?
You all can
Or should we
sit
team up?
wherever you all want to sit. Everybody.
I don't know. Where do you
You want to mix it up?
Yeah, we'll mix it up, shall we? Let's mix it up. There you go. Is that one for you, Barbara? Okay, is that a spare one? Let's do a spare one. Or is that one your one?
I know, not in the hot shot.
Well, now that we in the hot shot, I don't need all of this.
All right. So welcome everyone to Museum of Glass, and welcome to the panel discussion for A Two-Way Mirror, Double Consciousness in Contemporary Glass by Black artists. We are so happy to have everyone here, and hope everyone in this auditorium has gotten a chance to see the exhibition now, as we're going to talk about a few things in the exhibition. So we have today 3 of the artists from the exhibition. To my right, we have Cheryl Dericote. To her right, we have Barbara Earl Thomas. And then flanking the other end, we have Christopher Day. So much of the exhibition is about identity. And I definitely just wanted to start off by having each artist introduce themselves and their personal background, and then kind of go from there. And maybe say what your piece is in the exhibition as well. And we'll start off with Chris, since he's holding the mic, and he can just pass it down.
Hello, everybody. So I'm Chris Day, and my work's called Transition of Age.
Can you hold the mic a little closer?
Is that better? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so I'm Chris Day, and the work's called Transition of Age. I only started 6 years ago, so this is all very strange to me, to be honest. And if you'd have asked me 6 years ago that I'd be in Tacoma Museum of Glass, I wouldn't have even known where Tacoma was. Never mind that there was a museum of glass there. So my journey's been really, I'm just like on a rocket ship at the moment. And I'm a plumbing and heating engineer. So when I fly back on Wednesday, on Thursday, I'll be fitting boilers and bathrooms still. So that's what I am. I'm a plumbing and heating engineer that tells the story of racism, the civil rights, and slavery, and an identity. And over the last 6 years, it's been a very emotional journey. But not just for me. Like Jabari was saying the other night, our ancestors. And this is our time to celebrate what they went through and tell their stories.
My name is Barbara Earl Thomas, and I'm actually from Seattle. Someone asked me last night, like, where are you from? Because they thought everybody was here. I said, I'm from here, just from here. And I actually call myself, I'm an artist, but I'm not a glass artist. I use glass as one of my mediums because it transmits light. And I did one of my first workshop here, right here in Tacoma, in this space right here. So I have a lot of history and a lot of gratitude for all of the people in the space that work with artists who are not glass artists, because you've got a lot to learn in a very short period. And I'm just happy to be here, and I thank Jabari and my co-artists.
Hello, I am Cheryl Darracott. I'm originally from Washington, D.C., and I have been in the Bay Area of California for the last little over 12 years now. And so I live and work in San Francisco. I have actually been involved with glass for a little over 20 years now. When I fell in love with the medium, like a number of glass artists, I had been fooling around with ceramics, and then when I had the opportunity to learn glass, I don't think I touched a piece of clay for probably, until I got ready to cast some glass. I just let clay go. So I'm really excited to be here. This is my first time showing at the Museum of Glass, so I thank Jabari and his team for making this possible. And I have two pieces in the show called Glass Boys, All Black 1 and 2, and they're glass portraits of boys that used to work in the glass factories at the turn of the last century in America.
All right. So you actually brought me to my next question for the whole panel, is what brought each of you to this wondrous material? I know, Ms. Thomas, you were saying that you don't only work in glass, but and that is the case with several artists in the exhibition as well. But what made you want to use glass, and how did you feel it could better explore your ideas than another medium for the particular works that you make out of glass?
Well, my basic training was actually as a painter. I came to this as a painter, and in my work, I'm really interested in how light transmits and creates form. So, like many painters, you're using light and dark to create form, to create the illusion of space, to create the illusion that there is a light source somewhere in your work. And I have had the good fortune to know a number of glass artists, whether it's Cappy Thompson or many of the people. And Cappy looked at my work one day, she says, "Oh, you really need to work in glass." I said, "Would you stop tormenting me with that?" And so I did my first work actually painting on glass with Cappy in her studio, and it was amazing. And then we did actually a fellowship at Pilchuck together, where I was able to work with her, Joe Fedderson, Jeff Zimmer, and some other really fabulous glass artists. And the thing about it, I think the thing about glass is it's very seductive. And it's beautiful. And the thing I say about glass, and I'll tell anybody, glass does not need you. it's so beautiful. You just see a lump of it somewhere and you just walk toward it and it's like that right there. It doesn't have to be anything. People just love it. So you really have to like take your personality in hand and go like, you know, I have to dominate because the glass doesn't need me. So I have to really impress myself so that I can leave a mark, because otherwise it'll just do its thing without me. And so working in painting, then actually the way I came to glass was through paper cutting. I made some small lanterns out of paper, and I thought, God, that would be really interesting if it wasn't glass. And so then I went to glass, and there's something about the glass community, because it's so collaborative, you have to work with other people. And you have to depend on other people for so many things. And for me, I feel like the glass community is kind of a metaphor for where we might go just as a culture, because you know what? You can't do glass by yourself, no matter how good you are. So anyway, that's my sort of history in coming to it. And my most recent glass project was at Yale University, where I replaced some windows at Yale in the Hopper College. I replaced Calhoun College. It was the Calhoun College, and I replaced those windows because they renamed the building Grace Hopper. And so I again got to use glass to tell a historical story about why we're changing the name from John Calhoun, who was a slaveholder and a proponent of slavery, to where we are today. And glass illuminated that, gave me the opportunity to illuminate that story. So that's how I come and stayed. So when if you want me? Kristen. Oh, sorry.
Okay, no problem. So I came into glass late in life. I started university when I was 48, and I didn't want to go. My wife says you've got to go to university, and at the time I didn't realize I was dyslexic, but I'd always struggled reading and writing. And so when she said you're going to go to university, I thought, well, I'll go. I'd never done any art since I left school at 16. So I thought, I'll go. I've got no portfolio of work. I'll do what I need to do, the motions, and then I'll say bye-bye. But they didn't. They welcomed me with open arms. I'd never seen glass. I'd never seen ceramics. I can throw clay on a wheel. And that was it for my first year when I was at university, is that I thought, how can I do this once I leave university? So I decided to just concentrate on clay. But through the course, I had to do a foundation into this glass. And the thing for me was, when I first gathered, it landed on the floor. And it was that motion of it landing on the floor where I wasn't in control. And for all of my life, I've either had society try to control me, my own mental being trying to control me, and I wasn't in control. And I think it was the first time I felt a bit free. And it's hard. It's hard when you've had to do and try to be identified and try to fit in. But being at university, it was a safe place, and I could find myself. And like you were saying about the community, I've only got here because of the support mechanism that's helped me. My work's okay, but it's everybody else that gives you the confidence and builds you up. You know, and the failures, you fail in glass, you know, you can look at it and it'll just crack.
That just happened to me.
Yeah, but it's, I think for me, it was the failures that I loved. I loved it dropping onto the floor. And for me as a heating engineer, is that I went to university and I took elements. That's why I use the copper, is that I took the copper because it was my comfort blanket. I had a material around me that I thought, I'm on my own here, but at least I've got my copper still and I know how to manipulate that. But I started off, I wanted to tell the story of me as a heating engineer using copper and show the beauty of the copper. But as soon as I started to blow into these cages, and straight away, as soon as you say cage, you've already got this this feeling, this blank canvas, cage, incarceration, trying to break free. The glass is fragile. The glass supported me. I didn't hardly have to do anything. I just blew into these cages and it gave me all the words that I needed to tell the tutors. So that's how I found glass. And I don't know, I owe it so much.
All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Thank you. So I actually came to glass from arrogance. Like I said, I was in DC and I had been taking classes after work at the Corcoran College of Art and Design, and I did a certificate in ceramics and sculpture because I always knew I was an artist, and in my first life I was a performing artist, but I had a wonderful single mother who said, oh no, you need a job, you know. And mind you, she was a musician, my father was a musician, but nobody knew how they produced the artist. That could not have happened. And so I was taking these classes and I loved it so much. And at the end of my certificate, a place called the Washington Glass School opened, and I was like, well, if I can make a clay bowl, I can make a glass bowl, no problem. Everybody in that first workshop had done 2 or 3 bowls. I had not finished my first bowl, and I was like, I'm in love. And so the second class was a sculptural class, and unbeknownst to us, there was a Washington Post reporter embedded in the class. So when I said I wanted to make a sculpture about world poverty, she started following me and one of the co-directors around and sort of saying, that's interesting. And then, because nobody was showing glass in DC, we hung our own show. The Washington Post art critic came, and I was one of the 2 pieces he wrote up. And at that point, one of the other co-directors said, I think you got a future. Have you thought about your future in glass? I was like, absolutely not. And he said, I learned how to blow at a place called the Penland School of Crafts. I think you should go. There's a guy teaching named Thurman Statham, who's the most famous black glass artist on the planet, and you need to see somebody that looks like you right away. So that co-director, Tim Tate, served on the board of Penland for many years, and I learned how to blow with Thurman and then went back and studied for 2 months with Claire Kelly in Venetian-style glass blowing because I just really wanted to be rooted in my craft. So even though I personally learned, I should not try to own all this equipment myself, and I settled down into warm glass. I've always appreciated glass blowing and having the ability to partner with people in the hot shop because I had that foundation.
And as you all see, everybody has a different story, a different narrative on how this material came to them. And each of these artists up here has different working methodologies, but each of them is telling stories with glass. And that is why I picked the pieces from them that I did, because each of those pieces tells a story. And I just wanted to ask each of you about the role that storytelling plays in your work. And it doesn't only have to be about the work that's in the gallery, but just in the larger life and body of your work. Storytelling often has the power to create change or make people look at things differently. So I'm just interested in your journeys in storytelling through glass.
So like I say, I went to university, and my education in England, we didn't get taught anything about Black history. We didn't have Black History Month, Black History Week. We didn't even have a Black History Hour. So for me going to university, it was my chance to actually find the education that I'd been denied. And so when I started to learn about these aspects that I'd been denied, is that I wanted to tell that story. You know, my tutors were saying that slavery was 400 years ago, just bury it, do something else, celebrate being black. But for me, this was all new. And I wanted to get it out of my system. because I was already emotionally charged by the images that I was seeing. Like I say, being dyslexic is that I wasn't reading books, I was just looking at images. And when you've spent 2 to 3 hours looking at these images of, say, Emmett Till or lynching, is that how can you not be emotionally charged? How can you tell the story, and especially in glass, about something that's really brutal? But like Barbara was saying, glass has got like this magpie effect. As soon as you've got something glass, people are already magnetized to it. And I was finding that. So I thought I can start to produce work that won't scare people away, that will engage with a conversation and try and break down the barriers so people feel safe and they can start to talk about these aspects. I think the most upsetting, one of the most I can't even get it out. But the story of Emmett Till, that's what turned me from somebody who was crying in front of their tutors after looking at these images after a weekend to somebody who became strong enough to tell his story, and the stories of George Stinney, and the stories of lynching, and the slave trade. And glass made me able to do that, and the people around me made me do that as well. They gave me that support to be able to tell these stories. But it wasn't just my story. It was nothing to do with me. It was stories that were out there. People call me a political artist, but all I'm doing is telling stories that are already in history but hidden. And that was the problem. It was hidden from me during my education, and even at university, they still didn't want me to say what I was saying. They didn't want me to discuss things and bring up the past. One of the biggest things I owe to being here is George Floyd. He's changed the whole structure of museums, establishments, the education system. People are now telling them stories, having conversations. So I owe a lot to my wife and to George.
Well, I always say that I came to storytelling naturally. My parents came to the Northwest. Well, I would say my dad came to the Northwest because he was in during World War II, and then the Korean conflict, when certain young men were based at Fort Lewis. So once my dad got based at Fort Lewis, then of course his mom came, and then all of the people came, and I guess I used to tell people, if you want a father, you just go to Fort Lewis, because that's where we keep them, at Fort Lewis. But they were storytellers, the way they taught us, the way we were raised. It wasn't like, don't do this. There was always a story to go with it, You don't want to get up and go to school, I had to go. Everyone here has this story about I walked 20 miles in the snow. Well, my dad, because he was born in Florida, he was chased to school by a water moccasin every day. And so that's what he had to overcome. And I'd never seen a water moccasin. So in my mind, it was this S-shaped thing with a shoe. And, so there were these things that I just came to naturally. I mean, I grew up during a time when actually narrative artwork was not really popular. If you had a story to tell, I had a guy walk up to me once and he says, "You're emotional." I said, "Really?" And I think that what I wanted to do was just, tell these little stories. And unlike you, I think that because I did grow up steeped in a lot of these stories, I'm not surprised. I'm not, even very overwhelmed with it. But what I am wanting to do is say there are stories everywhere. I walk around my studio, just pick up little stories. And so when I look at my community, or I look at all of you, I have a story. I can make up a story just looking at that flower in your hair. And so in my work, I'm telling stories, and what I want to do is take the average and the normal and make it fantastic. You know, I want to tell the epic in the everyday. So my piece in the show is called The Fire Blower, Fire Breather. So I talk about the magic I see in every day because I grew up with a lot of magic. And a lot of, you know, my mother would say things like, you know, my mother coming from Louisiana, we could not, if my dad was changing like out the light sockets or the plugs, she would put us all in another room because she thought the electricity was coming out of the wall. And if it was lightning and thundering outside, we'd all have to get in the bed and be quiet because God was talking. And when you grow up like that, you know, you see magic everywhere. So it's a story you want to tell. And I think that there's stories that everyone can sort of relate to, but the origins are in my, you know, just the place where I am. So I still haven't run out of stories. And I tell stories in the work, but I also tell stories in words. I tell stories in the paintings. And there was a writer who said, there's some people who write because they know the story and they have the story to tell. And there are other people who write because in the writing or in the making is where you find the story. And I'm the latter. I make work because I want to know what the story is. And in the making of the work, I find the story. And if I'm fortunate enough, the story is clear enough so that others can also follow it as well.
I think for me, the storytelling came from the type of work that I'm attracted to when I look at other artists' work and then the teachers I had. So in terms of like work that I enjoy or made an impact for me, you know, when I was doing the certificate at the Corcoran, I remember they had exhibited a piece by Carrie Mae Weems, who I think she's talking to me even though I don't know her because she does so much with text and image. But they were showing her piece, Mirror, Mirror. And for those of you that don't know the piece, a black woman is staring in a mirror and an image is looking back at her and she says, mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? And the mirror says back to her, Snow White, not you, black bitch. And it was the first time, you know, that I felt really seen in a piece of artwork, understood the power of text and image together, and, you know, thought I wanted to put that together in my own art somehow. And so my first teachers at Washington Glass School were very interested in telling stories either through the materials like Erwin Timmers with recycled glass or through the narrative about LGBTQ history and Tim Tate's work or Michael Janis's beautiful portraits. So they were all encouraging, it's okay if you want to tell stories. And then in going to Penland, my teachers there were people who also told stories. I mean, all of Thurman's immersive installations are like meditations on his family history through the South, and responsive to places where he makes those installations. Susan Taylor Glasgow, also somebody I studied with at Penland, and what she does from a feminist narrative. And then Lisa Beth Robinson and Kristen Thiel-King, who do a lot of mix and printmaking and glass techniques. So I was just constantly, you know, fortunate enough to study with people who valued storytelling. And I think, you know, the work you're seeing in this show is the way that my own voice sort of grew up over the last 10 years, in that I like to put historical imagery into our contemporary dialogues. And so there was a point in 2020 when everybody was saying, well, where are the black glass artists? And I said, here they are hiding in plain sight from 100 years ago in the factories. We have always been here.
I think that last point was a very salient one. And I think that was part of my intention for curating this show, was to give visibility to the fact that there are black people working in glass. I studied sculpture in school, and didn't know anything about glass until I came to work here. And so it was like receiving an additional piece of education on a daily basis. And so I started to look around, and I wanted to be able to see others like me who were telling this story. My question to you all is, how does it feel to be contextualized by a curator into a show about glass art based on the fact that you are black glass artists that deal with storytelling, talking about your own identities, whether that be whimsical, whether that be serious, whether that be historical. How does it feel to be in that context?
No, go for it. You got the baton.
Well, let me just start by saying it feels great. I don't know if y'all have walked around that show. Oh my gosh. No, I mean, I just can't say thank you enough to Jabari and everybody at the museum. You know, I remember early in my career, there was a show at the Pittsburgh Center for Contemporary Craft, and I didn't see the show, but I was looking for people who looked like us, and it was actually a show that was curated by the great Joyce Scott called Stop Asking We Exist, 25 African American Craft Artists. And I was able to get that catalog, and I have clutched that catalog through my whole career. And to think, you know, that it took this long to go a step further and have this show of black glass artists is just amazing. So, you know, I'm really grateful that I was here, you know, and able to be part of it. And it's just a wonderful show to not only continue that legacy, but like expound upon it and really root it in a medium that we all love, the material of glass. And, you know, I know some artists are like, oh, I don't want to be just like a black artist or just a this. You know, I'm always going to be a black female. I'm not separating that from being an artist. So I think the fact that there are mainstream institutional spaces like a museum of glass that can also recognize the importance of diversity and uplifting voices of color like this show and indigenous work in the Pacific Northwest is a wonderful thing.
So just imagine, Strange Fruit, Billie Holiday. She was imprisoned, sanctioned, couldn't even sing the song. And here we are, Strange Fruit, on display for everybody to see. Hopefully you won't get arrested. And like I say, we've come a long way. We've come a huge long way. So when Jabari says that I was going to be in this show and he wanted Strange Fruit, I'm thinking, I wonder how. I've had it displayed in England where people perhaps don't even know the song Strange Fruit, don't know the history behind it. So I felt extremely safe. But bringing it to America, it still feels extremely unsafe for me. And I dare say there'll be a lot of people out there that will view it and still feel that it shouldn't be on display. But Jabari's been brave enough to put it on display, as well as other artists. And I'll be truly grateful for that. And I'm sure Billie Holiday would be. You know, what she was trying to do to change, I think that's what this exhibition is going to do. It's going to create a huge change and talking point, but a safe talking point. None of us are going to get arrested, hopefully. So, you know, it's time for this conversation to be had. It's time for us to create a different world. And that's what glass can do. That's what I've found glass can do. I was having a conversation with Sue in the shop, and the conversation we was having was about the work. It was about the ideas and how she's going to change. And this is the greatest thing about when we start talking, is that people will feel brave enough, and they can feel brave enough to tell their story through their work. And that's what I try and do. I'm telling my story, putting my heart on my hand, hoping that other people will become brave enough. And I think if there's enough of us, we will make that change eventually.
I always grapple with that question. And I grapple really hard, even as I appreciate and hear what you have said and appreciate and hear what you have said. I guess maybe because of, you know, the origins of where I came from, but I actually think that America is a subset of me. I do not think I am a subset of America. And you become a subset, you know, a set is, you know, in algebra and math, is inside of that, the bracket. The bracket is the main thing, and then the things that are inside of the subset. And the subset, because I know everything about America, and they don't know everything about me. So I do not think of myself as being the diverse thing. I think of myself as being if you want to come to me, you want to ask me about white people, I can tell you. Want to ask me about, you know, my being from the Pacific Rim, I can tell you that because I'm from the Pacific Rim. I can tell you about what it means when your parents go and they have their dances at the Swedish Hall and at the Polish Hall, because that's how I grew up. So I do get very passionate about the fact that yes, I am diverse, and I don't mind. I am loving being in this show because I finally got to meet you. And I didn't know that I needed to meet you, and I did. But I get to see every one of your faces here, too, and now you're part of my subset because you have chosen to come here. So I guess what I'm saying is I am holding space for when this conversation is not needed. I'm holding space so that when being, you know, when someone asks me, well, how does it feel to be a black woman artist? I said, how can I know how it feels to be anything else? I said, I'm not picking myself apart. And I said, as opposed to being a white woman artist, I actually don't know what you mean by that. But I think that obviously I have a little emotion around it. I never think I do until someone asks me. And so I am happy to be here because I get to be joined with a community that's working in all these places. But I also feel like I am also the subject of the sentence, the verb and the object. And I do not have to be picked out, and it's not my job to tell everyone here all of my story, but to make it available and to show you how you're also included in that story. Because I don't get to be this if you haven't been that. And that is what I'm doing when I'm thinking about the mythological basis of the derivation of our stories. I mean, I feel like there's like 7 stories in the world, and we just keep living them. You know, there's Prometheus and the fire. That's kind of what I think about in my work. I'm telling that story through, you know, sort of a figure that comes through and does all that. You know, I know those stories, and I know what it means to my community. You know, my parents, I tell the story in my work about, you'll see in my work there's a lot about fishing. I always wanted to go to Disneyland, and all my dad wanted to do was go fishing. So I don't think there's much of a lake in any of Washington that I haven't been to. So there are these myths that, you know, I tell about how you do something that's a ritual, but it's also about sustenance and feeding your family. It's about feeding the whole neighborhood. And if my dad liked you, I could always tell if he liked you, because if he'd come in, he'd look at you for a while and he'd say, you want a package of fish? And then you could get perch, crappie, catfish, or, you know, sole if he had gone to the sound. And you kind of base who he liked better by the kind of fish he gave you. So I guess I'm just saying that I'm holding space so that maybe your great-great-grandkids have a different conversation. It won't be this one. That's it.
I think each of you made important points. And as you can see, there's 4 different people up here. And we are all in an exhibition about black glassblowers. And we probably all see blackness very differently. It's not a monolithic thing. And I think that's part of what this exhibition is about. It's about how you see yourself, but also double consciousness is seeing yourself and relating that to how the world sees you. And so I think that is one of the reasons why I wanted to frame the exhibition that way. I definitely think that historically, there probably were, as Cheryl has put in her work, black glass artisans. But there's so much erasure in history of presence of black people in different spaces. So I want 20 years from now there to be a record of this, a record of the black people who are making glass work right now. And I think that that's very important. And I just want to talk to you all and to see what you think about the responsibility of institutions and such as museums and publishers and people who are kind of creating these narratives about how the world is perceived to do it in a more plural way. And so that is one thing that I hope to bring to this institution with this exhibition. I think many times museums as well as publishing companies have been complicit with erasure. And I think that to have a museum willing to take on the idea of, all right, this group of people is present, I think is important. So do you all view museums as having responsibilities like that?
Yeah, and I was just going to say, when you started, everybody, call your foundation friends. We need a catalog because, you know, you heard me talk about how important it was to have the catalog of Stop Asking We Exist to be able to find that as a next generation artist. So I want the next generation of artists to find the catalog of this show.
If anybody would like to donate to that, feel free.
Yeah, call your foundation friends.
I'm ready to write it. If anybody wants to donate.
But I also, you know, I think it gets back to your question about storytelling in that I have always felt like the museum and the gallery are the places to host brave dialogues if they choose to, you know, because so much of our society doesn't want to have the conversation, whether it's in the US or the UK or any place else. And so what better vehicle than art to open up a dialogue and have a safe space for enhanced learning, you know? So yeah, I hope that a lot of people get to see this show while it's up. I hope that at some point the show actually will travel, maybe even to the East Coast, who knows?
Maybe even to the UK.
Maybe even to the UK, because we would love to go to the UK.
Yes, we would.
So that would be awesome too. And I think that, you know, I was thinking, you know, Barbara, I mean, we could have a whole nother panel on that because, you know, growing up in DC, I believed I was a majority person. I grew up in Chocolate City, 95% black, make my funk a P-funk. So it was very interesting to relocate to the West Coast and realize that people thought I was a minority. I was like, really? You know, so I think that continuing to look in this lens, the two-way mirror, I think is a valuable lens to continue to have these conversations.
Well, I don't know who said it, but I know someone did. If they don't write about it, it's almost like it never happened. So I think that that is again, what is history? It's about the things people choose to remember. And what you choose to remember is what you end up getting in the 5th grade and the 6th grade and it's what someone somewhere has chosen to remember. And I think that, you know, I mean, I have worked on both sides of the number line. I mean, I've worked at the arts commissions, I've worked in public art, I've worked in museums. And I feel like one of the things that we, you know, in terms of memory and how we gather facts together, again, we have to be doing some of the writing and others have to be doing the writing. I said, but what I want to go toward is when it's not just your responsibility and it's not just seasonal and it's not just monthly, because I still think that, you know, we're kind of like the ornament. I mean, and artists have had that experience. You're like, here, come to the show, come to the party. We need an artist, you know, because you guys are different. Well, just imagine you go down the subset, you know, come, we need like a black woman artist. You're really special. We need someone from the UK. You're really special. And I feel like I don't want to take our specialness away, but I also want there to be a way that it's not because George Floyd died that now we got to, you know, virtue signal. I just had a show that opened in Wichita. Wichita, my God, who goes to Wichita? I did. And I told someone, they said, where are you going to do that? I said, as soon as I get off the plane, I'm going to go out into the field and I'm going to sing Wichita Lineman. Then I'm going to come back and go to the opening. And, but I ended up, you know, working with kids and doing this sort of thing with kids that was, they kind of completed my installation. And I gave them an assignment. I gave Wichita an assignment. I said, I want 6 to 8 kids. I want them to be everything. Black, white, Spanish speaking, whatever you got, bring it here. And then I want you to have this gathering, and I don't want you to use the word diversity, minority, or anything. Can you do that? Can you have me in this room with these kids and not do that and not feel like you don't get the full value of my being here by not being able to say it? You can take pictures. So I allowed them to take pictures, and we all went together and we did that. And all the kids were there, and we finished the piece. And it was also, I don't know if when you write, you know, I always feel that the best part of the writing or the best part of getting my work done is in the editing, where you're pulling out all of the embellishments, all of the extra stuff, and then you're left with the essence. And I feel like that is what, you know, when you're dealing with museums and you're dealing with how you want things to be, I want to be normalized. Just fucking mainstream me. I'm okay. I can be here, and you all could do that by not making it just Jabari's job. Because I think what's happened is that when you get people and they come in and you go like, oh, well, we have somebody for that. So the rest of the institution does not have to think. The rest of the institution does not have to do anything because we have the fix is in. And he is perfect and has all kinds of knowledge, but also could lend all sorts of knowledge to other things. So to the other part, I mean, you know, like I say, I live in the world. I'm concerned about climate change. I'm concerned about all kinds of things. I mean, I happen to know that the air I breathe, that there is some not some part over here for black people and some part over here for the rest of the world. So I'm trying to make sure it's cleaned up for everybody. So I think it is for the institution, for the agency, to how do we, when we get comfortable, take away that comfort so that we can make these things normal, you know, in the institution, so that whether you're here or not, the story's going to happen. And that doesn't mean you don't have a job. It just means it's not all on your shoulders. And so that's, and same for the publishing. And I know I've been in books. I'm a book person. So in the books, you know, like what's selling? What's hot? You know, how do you, oh, we can't have a book about that because we already had that story. So you got to write about something else. And you got to do whatever it is you got to do because it's the subject that's been assigned to you. I just hope that if you ever just want to do something about I don't know, just a still life, that it's okay for you to do that because that's your story too. So anyway, I think that's what I want from my institution. I want you to be brave. I want you to be willing to make a mistake because you will make a mistake. That's what the first thing the kids asked me when they came in and I gave them a knife and they start cutting. What happens if we make a mistake? I said, it's not if, it's when. And we're all gonna be in on the fix, you know, because I'm going to assume you are not meaning to make a mistake. You just make a mistake. So, and unless you get to that edge, and I think that's what happens when you work and when I work, I like to work right on that edge where and the edge is like failure, okay, success. And it's terrifying. And so I want us all to be just a little terrified, not horribly terrified, but just a little bit. And that's where you find truth. And that's what I want for my institution.
Wow, these ladies have got so much experience. I've only been doing it 6 years. And I've only been really recognized for 3 of them. And in them 3 years, I'm in 8 museums. Talking about Emmett Tills, talking about the slave trade, talking about identity. The institutes are definitely changing. And for me, yeah, I'd love to do glass unicorns. But for me, the history of Britain and its involvement with the slave trade has been hidden. It's been hidden in all the institutes. I went down to the British Museum when I was doing my research, and I wanted to see if there was any items there that was associated to the transatlantic slave trade. And I was looking round and I was looking round and I couldn't see a single item. So I went to one of the curators and I says, have you got anything about the transatlantic slave trade? And she just looked at me weirdly and says, we've got some artifacts of Roman slaves and Egyptian slaves. But for me, it was as if they'd hidden the transatlantic slave trade. So for me, it's important to celebrate, but at the moment, the institutes in England are changing. They are changing because of George Floyd, but we've got to start at some level. So if they can expose what's happened in the history, then perhaps we can move on. And that's what I'm finding. I've just won a commission for Liverpool Museum. Liverpool was one of the big trading points for the slave trade. But they're already recognizing their involvement and they want to show that's what I've got to produce. I've got to produce a piece of work that shows their involvement in the slave trade. Not about me doing unicorns. They don't want that yet. And I think for other people, they've got to see. I went to the museum and they got me there to get some sort of inspiration so I can produce this piece of work. And as I'm looking around, they're showing me pictures, Rembrandts, Lowrys, all these academics. I can't see a single black face. Perhaps one, a little one here and a little one there. No artifacts. There were some shackles, and that was it, and some sugar tongs. And I've got to try and get some sort of inspiration to create a piece of work to put there, to tell that story. I've already got a title. It's going to be called Sugar Coated, because that's what history has done. It's sugar coated and it's hidden it a lot. And so for me, I'm still finding myself. I'm still trying to find my history. I'm trying to reveal the history, and not to people like me. It's for the kids to see, because it's been hidden from them. It's for the people that go to the football clubs, normal people. I'm not highly educated. I come from, you call it the projects, I call it a council estate. I'm not well educated, but I'm educated enough to want to educate people in things that are missing.
All right. So before we close out, I want to just get a little more specific and just have each of you talk a little bit about your piece that's in the exhibition and your process for making it and your ideas around it. Ms. Thomas, when you were talking about editing, I'm usually adding in more flourish. So I'm on the whole opposite end of that. I was thinking that as you were talking. But yes, I just wanted to kind of talk about the pieces because I think each of them is really interesting and different approaches to art making, as different as the personalities and as different as the backgrounds and as different as who each of you all are as a human being. And so I just wanted to get into that.
Well, I said the piece that I have here, it's called Fire Blower. There are lots of figures with fire coming from their bodies and into the world. And then the whole idea, actually, those were some of my first, that was in the group, in the body of the first vessels, story vessels. I call them story vessels, where I put the story around and I use the vessel as actually my surface for telling the story, and that you could walk around and the light is coming through the figures, and the whole idea that, number one, it was about the fire, because that's where I was here making the vessel, and then also the idea of what you're doing in the world. You know, how you take magic, the magic of the everyday, and make something out of it, and how that illuminates. It's kind of like visual illumination. So it's just a small story, and you know, and I usually have chickens and cows and stuff floating through, because I feel like part of what I do, part of what I think art is, it's taking things that aren't normally together and making them make sense visually together. And all of a sudden, the thing that seemed like it was impossible becomes possible. And it's a certain amount of the danger. I think that, you know, life is really, you know, this whole thing that we've got here, this big dome in our houses, you just let it sit here and don't do anything for like 6 months. Trees will start growing up, grass will overtake it. I mean, I think about when we had COVID. On my block, you know, we were, you know, in the lockdown. I looked out the street and there was a mallard walking down the street. And I said, they're taking over now. We haven't come outside, we're not using the street. We got the coyotes, we got the mallards. Now we're overrun by rabbits. I don't know where the coyotes are. We got rabbits everywhere, and they're not the Easter Bunny. And so I feel like I always want to be aware that the world is fascinating, but it's also a very dangerous place. It's very dangerous. So I get amused when people say, like, I need to go and I have to get a safe space. I said, is it on this planet? I mean, is it on this planet? Because this planet is, if left to your own device, this is dangerous. And of course, we come in as humans and we make it even more dangerous. And so I just want to talk about how we situate that all together and how we make it through a day, not being killed, don't go to the mall, how we make it through a day's work when you have to, there's so much you have to do in order to survive. And just, I guess, be witness to that small triumph. Because every day you get up and you get your kids off to school, that is a triumph. And it doesn't have to be that way. And then how do you give thanks for that? Go on and do it again and again and again. And it's that doing it over again and again is where I feel like my story gets rooted.
Well done. So this exhibition for me is like I feel like Cinderella. But the reason I feel like that is that there's two artists in here that I studied while I was at university, and I had to find them myself. First one's Fred Wilson, and the second one's Cara Walker. And when I started wanting to produce work, I wanted to be a Cara Walker, but I knew her explicit illustrations would just scare people away. And then I came across Fred Wilson, which hides the story, but still wants to engage. So I thought, and especially me being mixed race, I thought I can be a bit of both. So that's where Strange Fruit came in. I wanted to tell the brutal story of lynching, but how can I do that? I can't have black bodies hanging there like Cara Walker perhaps would. And I didn't want to be gentle like Fred Wilson. So I combined the both, how they told their stories, and they influenced me how I was going to do Strange Fruit. But I tried to hide things. I wanted it to look like a butcher's shop window. When I was growing up, you'd go down the high street and you'd go into the butcher's shop, or you'd go past it and you'd see all these pieces of meat hanging off hooks. And that was my inspiration. But unfortunately, the meat that was hanging wasn't the one that we was going to eat. It was the flesh of humans. And just because of the color of the skin, somebody decided that they weren't worthy to be on this world. So I told the story of lynching through a butcher's shop window. But it was the shininess of the glass that engaged people. That was the thing that brought people close to it. But unfortunately, as soon as they read the statement, they backed away. It's a shame. In England, they didn't want to have the conversation. And again, until George Floyd. That piece of work was produced in 2019, way before George Floyd. But there'd always been a lynching before George, before Emmett Till. There's been thousands of lynchings, and they're still being lynched today. And not just people of color, what we see in Palestine. So that was Strange Fruit. And then I came here because of Jabari. The way I was growing up and the way I grew up being mixed race was I didn't fit in. I didn't fit into white society. I didn't fit into black society. The stigma and the trauma that I went through growing up, I hid. And it was only through art and the support of others that I grew confident enough to perhaps one day tell my story. And then I got asked to come to Tacoma. And I thought, this might be my last chance to say and go through and tell people what I've been through. So that's where Transition of Age come from, because it was my time to transition and be proud of who I am for once. I'm 55 now, and I think this year is the first time I've actually been proud of who I am as a person. And Transition of Age is my own therapy of being able to face that, face my own demons, tell the story of not having a father figure, tell the story of the racism that I went through, and not just through people, my own family. To hopefully encourage somebody else to be brave enough to tell their story, which it has. I've had so many conversations with other people from mixed heritage that have said, wow, that's exactly how my husband felt, or that's how I feel. I had an exhibition in London when I came back from this, and the amount of emails and people telling me their stories, it made me feel like I actually belonged for the first time. So that's where Transition of Age has come from. And I'm so grateful to Jabari and to MOG for doing that for me, because without that, I'd have perhaps hidden that story for a lot longer as well. So thank you, Jabari.
Also, thank you to our hot shop, because they helped to produce those pieces during your residency here, which was amazing, which brought so many different new ideas here, which were awesome, Chris. So thank you for making that here. And not last but not least,
Thank
Cheryl.
you. You know, I was always interested in history. I mean, the original educational stuff I did, I was a minor in history, you know, when it was like get a day job from the mother. And the work in this show, you know, did come out of people sort of saying, well, where are the black glass artists? And I had seen one of those two images on a historical craft website and thought, oh, that's interesting. So when the time was right a couple of years ago, I had the opportunity to do the research and was just stunned to find out that, you know, back in the 19 teens and the 1920s, while America was incredibly segregated, clearly capitalism was not, because you know, you saw all these boys of all races working on the factory floor together, and, you know, quite as it's kept, yeah, technically they were white, but they weren't really white. They were Italian American, they were Irish American, they were Jewish American with the black children working in those factories. So it really was a conversation not only about our history as glass artists, but just, you know, our history of capitalism in the U.S. So you know, that was enough to get me hooked, and I made 5 pieces in that series. And in all 5 of those images, you either see, like the work in this show, exclusively portraits of black boys who were on the factory floors, or mixed race groups of boys, and nobody looks like they're over 18, and many of them are like 9 or 10. And I think I just had an affection for the boys too, because even though they're tiny, when you look at their positions, they're all like, and hat to the side, because they are glass blowers, you know, so they are just like pint-sized attitude all the way. So I adored them. And I just think glass as a medium has such a rich history when it comes to the portrait, so I'm just happy that my work can be a part of that, whether it was from, you know, glass work in photography around the daguerreotype all the way through cameo work. I just feel like glass has always been in conversation with the portrait.
All right, those are all the questions I have. I think that we can open it up to maybe 2 or 3 questions from the audience for these amazing artists. And you can ask all of them, or maybe just one of them, a specific question if you have it. So, anybody have any questions?
We've told you everything, my God.
I know we've discussed a lot. So, questions going once.
Going twice? Oh.
One of the messages of this exhibit going into it is how glass has become more accessible. Can you talk about that and how it's become a space where more black artists are present, or people of different income levels?
Well, from my personal relationship to glass, I would say it was more accessible over the years because we have more and more either community-based studios that are nonprofits over the years, residencies like the ones at the Museum of Glass, or, you know, individual artist studios where people make teaching a part of the income profile of their studio. So I think those are the ways that it has become more accessible. Certainly places like Hilltop here in Tacoma, which are focused around making sure youth have access. And I think, you know, I mean, I feel like this is like insider baseball probably with this crowd, but for, you know, maybe the 3 people in here that don't know, you know, Studio Glass is new. I mean, it's only been the last 60 years that the furnace has been in a small scale environment, you know, from what Harvey Littleton and Dominic Labino did in the early days, you know, in Ohio. So even just getting glass into the educational structures through the creation of small furnaces in the last 60 years opened it up to a lot of people that it otherwise would not have been open to.
So the question again, it was like, what has opened up glass? I mean, that's really interesting to me because I think that, again, glass has been in this milieu, like with whether it's ceramics or other things that are made by hand. And because things get made by hand in a certain kind of way, they have not necessarily always fallen into fine arts. And that conversation, is this a fine art or is this a craft? And that conversation is still going on. And so if you go to a school or you go someplace and people say you're going to major in art or you're going to be an artist, I think there's still sort of this maybe sometimes unspoken sense that things that are made that people can actually use in their houses, like bowls and cups and glasses, kind of lower it in the esteem of what is the fine art. So there's that. So that means that it's not necessarily visible to people who are looking to find outlets for their work. And I know that the way I came into glass was because of meeting other people who were working in glass. And it wasn't because I went to university and someone said, have you considered glass? Or have you looked at, the historic glass? That was never a conversation, and I was a minor in art history, so I never saw that. So I feel like it's like everything else. It's kind of become visible over time, and then we say the name that's hanging in our, Jehuli came and he made the Northwest, along with many other people, this place where it was part of our landscape. And so that's been the last 50 years. And so seeing that and people seeing that and seeing that it could live someplace where in sort of the magnificent places and then going over and doing the Venetian glass and coming back and forth. And then all of a sudden I end up at Pilchuck. And then also the thing I think that helped me was that when there was a program here at the museum for non-glass artists, because you had to go to a place and go like, I wasn't like you. I didn't go and learn how to blow glass. I didn't learn how to, do all the hand building and all that kind of thing. Yeah, that's why I like glass people, because they like, the church. They just forgive me, because I don't know how to do any of this. I mean, I know how to do more of it now, but, again, it was a group activity. And so you go in and people were very generous. Very generous. It's not to say, I have to say, glass artists are way more generous than painters. You could be standing here asking them about something and they wouldn't tell you if your life depended on it, because it might be something they might miss if they tell you. But that's not how glass artists are. I mean, there's a real generosity there, and there's a real theater. And, and since I tend to be a little dramatic, I like being in the drama. My first activity here, when I came here and I was in here, and, they put it on the little ICU2 TV, I was standing over there in the corner. I walk in and Ben says, I get here, and I have not been in a hot shop before, and this is how naive I was. I thought, I was going to go do glass in the day, and I was going to go back and read all evening. When those guys got done with me, when I went back, I fainted. In my room, I had worked that hard, and I walked in, and Ben looks at me, he goes like, so what do you want to do? What do you want to do? Shit. I got to think, I got to be really smart. And then they start drawing on the floor, and I started drawing on the floor. I said, that's what he's doing, that's what I'm going to do. And so I drew a picture, and he said, I think we could do that. I said, yeah, we could do that. And I feel like that hooked me. It hooked me that there could be that kind of generosity, and it hooked me that I could fail right on camera. And I knew I was on camera because I stood over there and I went to pull my phone out of my pocket, and someone texted me and said, I saw you do that. So I made sure I did not scratch or touch myself in public, because I didn't want relatives to be embarrassed. So I think that kind of situation, having a situation where you can have some place where someone says in a sentence, this is a project for people who are not necessarily glass artists, allows you the entry so that you don't have to feel like, oh my God, I know not enough to be there. So now since I've done it, so I find my friends and I say, you need to go over there because I think you'd really enjoy that. So, you know, I've had some friends who just came here and had one of the 3 or 4 day residencies, and it's like that. And when people see that you can do it, and they look at you and they've known you forever, then they feel like they could do it. And I think that's part of the, you know, the kinetic sharing and the zeitgeist that now is more visible everywhere.
So the question was about diversity.
The question was about access to
Access.
to making glass.
Access to glass. Okay, so I'm going to change it to diversity as well. You're so lucky over here. So let's get rid of the diversity bit. When I was in England, I was studying, I did an interview for the BBC, and this will answer your question. So the question I asked was, am I the only black glassblower? Because I couldn't see any. I wasn't being told of any by the tutors, other glassmakers, fellow students. So I went to the BBC and I asked that question, hoping that the interview would then, I'd have this influx of people of color that were doing glass. Nothing. So let's get rid of that bit now. The UK at the moment, we haven't got Hilltop, we haven't got this, we haven't got programs. They've not done anything to invest for the new blood to come through. It's been extremely elitist, and unfortunately I've got to say white elitist, because obviously, am I the only black glassblower? To a point, establishments that are doing programs are having to close down. We've just lost Northlands, which was perhaps the only program that could offer some sort of respite for the expense of what it is to do glass in the UK. So when I see the Hilltop artists and the veterans and all these other different programs that museums like this, Pilchuck, are running to engage with the community, it's like chitty chitty bang bang in England. We don't see it. We don't see kids. The average age of a glassblower is perhaps 50. We do Zoom meetings, average age 50. So inclusion, forget about diversity. We've got absolutely nothing running and it's on its knees. So, unfortunately, I'm in museums, and the way it looks, I'm going to become a museum piece as well. I hope it'll change. And it is changing. You know, the ones that are surviving are trying their best and their utmost to keep this alive. The artists that are out there are banding together because we've got to, because if we don't start acknowledging that it is a collaboration, whereas in the past they've been quite self-centered and kept all the learning traits to themselves, is that they've got to start sharing. They've got to start diversifying how they're actually practicing now. And hopefully that will just keep it alive long enough. But yeah, it's on its knees.
All right. Oh, right here we have a hand. It looks like my older sister.
Chérie, à toi.
Well, thanks for that question. And I bet we're going to get different answers, which is awesome. For me personally, text, you know, a lot of times a phrase of text or an idea is stuck in my head long before I ever make a schematic drawing, much less cut a piece of glass, you know. I will say that, you know, once the sort of initial kernel of text is there, then the research comes into play. So, you know, I recently had the opportunity to make my first public artwork. And it took, yeah, it's awesome. I want to plug glass. So I made the first monument in the US to Harriet Tubman featuring glass as the primary material. So, you know, that was a piece where I certainly had an idea that I wanted it to be based on her house in Auburn, New York, because I wanted the story of Harriet Tubman as a property owner to be shared, because I don't think that a lot of times when people talk about Harriet Tubman, they think, oh, conductor, Underground Railroad, or you even read, she died poor. And I'm like, if you got 32 acres, 4 or 5 buildings, and you leave that to your local AME Zion church, you're not really poor. You might be cash poor, but you have assets. So, you know, for me, it's this constant dance between what is the story that I want to share, what's that fragment of text, and then how can that best be expressed through glass primarily.
Well, again, I am a storyteller, and so I have done a number of public art pieces, and I've had to translate things into steel, things into all sorts of metals, things that can live outside. Glass, of course, can live outside, but it has to have a certain amount of protection or it's not going to make it. And I think that what I'm trying to do, I'm going to not just talk about glass, but getting the idea, you know, is I'll have an assignment for myself. And I'll go like, well, what is the best form for this idea? Is it words? Is it steel? Is it paper? Is it glass? And I try to pick the one that, you know, if it's better told in words, I won't tell it in glass. I won't tell it in something else. And also, how can I think of I like to say, I think of my working, I'm a maker. I think I'm an artist, but I make things. And I also think of making as thinking. When I'm making something, I'm thinking. I'm trying to figure out what I'm thinking. And I like to say that if I've thought clearly enough, and if I've honed my own mind, my own ideas clearly enough, then they will be apparent, those things will be apparent to the viewer. So in one of my shows I did with Derek Adams, actually, I did a show, it's called Packaged Black, and it was about how the clothes we wear signal for the one who sees us a little bit about who we are before we ever speak. So I did a dress that was called Cinderella Redressed. And because I always thought that I wanted to tell my Cinderella story. So my Cinderella ended up being 9 feet tall with a steel armature and lit from inside, because I felt like in order to sometimes be seen, it's like being in the forest and you're being, you know, approached by a predator. You got to be bigger, you got to be shinier, and you got to be more imposing. And if you're that, then you get to live to go to the ball. And so I wanted to tell that idea, so I created a 9-foot dress that was all hand cut, that was lit from the inside, and had a 25-foot train. And Chick had a good time, and it was a good idea, and it was visually easily interpreted, and that was something I felt was successful.
So last night, listening to Jabari's speech, He says, we are our ancestors' wildest dream. And that's where I think my visions come from. Because I don't know where some of these visions come from, but I wake up and I've got an idea. And I've always thought that my ancestors are in me through my DNA, and they've laid this to be told at a certain time, and this is the right time. So for me, I don't have visions, I don't do drawing. I sketch with my hands when I'm making these copper structures, but even then, I've got no idea what I'm going to do. I just get a piece of copper and I bind it. But something's instructing me how to bind it. And all I can say is that it's coming from deep within and through a long journey. It might sound like I'm just making it up, but I really do not know where some of this comes from. Obviously, the images that I'm looking at, I start to create a library and a catalogue of things. But being dyslexic, perhaps I'm just looking at it totally different and putting it down how I can put it down. But to be honest, yeah, I just think it comes from deep within, from my ancestors.
All right. So, everyone, that is going to conclude this panel discussion. Thank you so much for attending, and thank you to the artists for just coming here and sharing your stories, sharing your work, sharing your time. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jabari. How was it?
So, hi everybody, welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today we have our resident team of glass blowers. Gabe Feenan in the gray shirt on the far right. Sarah Gilbert in the black shirt. And Ben Cobb walking across the studio. We're going to be making some vases for our gift shop. And we're just beginning one over on the right. Gabe has blown a bubble of clear glass. Sarah has heated up some colored glass. And we're going to coat that clear bubble with the colored glass. This is called a color overlay. So now Gabe's going to force that glass backwards towards the pipe until it entirely coats the original bubble. We're going to put 2 layers of color on this. Sarah in the black shirt is preparing to pick up the next layer of color. We put up the color bar slide. So if you look up on the big screen, we use what's called color bar. We buy these colored bars of colored glass. We can get any color under the sun. We blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace, and then we coat it with whatever color we want the object to be. The reason we do it this way is so that we can have any color we want anytime we want. If we melted blue glass in the big furnaces, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we can make any color we want anytime we want. Glass itself is made out of 3 main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. Glass is mostly melted sand. Soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which lowers the melting temperature of the sand, and the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. You throw those 3 things in the big furnace. You cook them overnight. In the morning, you have a tank full of molten glass. That glass will be clear glass. If you want to make colored glass, then you add to the sand, soda ash, and lime some kind of metal. Not all the colors are metals, but most of them are. So if you cook it up with cobalt, you get blue. Chromium, you get green. Tin, you get white. Has anybody got any questions? Yeah. Are there risks? Yes. Cobalt is a heavy toxic metal. That's one of the reasons we buy our colored glass instead of make it here. We're not equipped to deal with all those chemicals, but the companies that make our glass are. Once the toxic substances are in the glass matrix, then they're no longer dangerous. Sarah's coming over with a second color. When you layer two colors like this, the colors don't mix, they stay as separate layers. Do you guys have any questions? How does the melting furnace work? Can we put up a furnace diagram? So that's what the furnaces look like inside. There's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. The glass is heated with a gas burner, which feeds on natural gas and forced air. The guy up in that booth, he's listening to what I say and he's controlling all the cameras and following the action. So right now, Gabe on the far right is letting his bubble cool off, and he's about to coat it with another layer of clear glass. Each time we dip it into the furnace and coat it, we shape it up, and then we let it cool and stiffen so the next time we dip it in, the bubble doesn't collapse. So between each gather, each time we dip it in, it's called a gather, the bubble doesn't crush. You have to speak louder. What kind of material? Oh, well, we have wood tools and we have steel tools and we have tools made out of newspaper. What kind of wood? It's usually some kind of fruit wood. Here in the Northwest, we use a lot of cherry. The fruit woods are very dense and they also don't have much resin, so they don't smoke. So you'll notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. That's Sarah. She's the person who's going to be blowing. She's going to blow through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass as Gabe shapes it. Gabe is the man in the hat. He dripped off some excess glass. We'll save that glass and we'll eventually put it back in the furnace. So now Sarah to the left of the bench is blowing. You can see the bubble getting bigger. It's just like blowing up a balloon. The pad in Ben's hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Now, in the center, Ben is squeezing the glass with a tool called the jacks. He's making a sharp crease in it. That crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. So the top of what's going to be the top of the vase is still attached to the pipe. The part that sits on the table is the part that's sticking out. Hi. How are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? How was it first invented? The truth is, we don't know. There's no record of somebody going, Eureka, I invented glass blowing. The earliest things we know about come from about 50, 75 BC, but they're not accompanied by any records. Well, we work pretty much in the Venetian style. Starting 1979, a number of Venetian masters came to the United States and began teaching the young Americans. And so since that time, we work pretty much the way they do in Venice. Not exactly, but pretty much.
Going good. How about you? What? Zeke's? I took him to Zeke's. It's good today.
Now they're flattening the bottom of the vase. Gabe standing up, holding a wooden paddle across the bottom. Ben is leaning on the edge with the jacks, those metal tongs. And when they do it both at once, it makes a tight little corner. So the next part of this operation is to transfer the vase from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. Sarah's, in the black shirt and shorts, is preparing the punty. She's coated the end of that steel rod with a little bit of molten glass. Now Sarah's going to bring the punty to Ben at the center. Ben will grab it and attach it to the bottom of the vase. When they feel that bond is strong enough, Ben will take his tweezers, dip them in water. He'll drip a little water where he wants the glass to break, give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. Now the glass is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. So now Ben is stretching out the glass at the top where it's thick. He's going to take a pair of shears and trim some of that thick glass off. Gabe is going to bring over some contrasting colored glass, and we're going to wind a little contrasting colored stripe on the rim. We call that a lip wrap. Wrap, W-R-A-P, not R-A-T, as the closed captioning said. So we're widening the opening at the top of the vase so you can get some flowers in there. Sarah's blowing some air into the front end. The tool in her hand is called a soffietta. You stick the cone in the opening, makes a seal, and then you blow through the central tube. Now we're about to add a handle. Yes. There's two kinds of torches. This torch we call the fluffy torch. That's about 3,500 degrees. The blue and white flame little torch, that's propane and oxygen, and that's 5,000 degrees. Can we put up how hot is it? So those are all the temperatures of all the different machines. Excuse me? The round ones are called glory holes. That's the hottest of the bunch. That's also a glory hole. That's the same. Here comes Gabe with the glass for the second handle. You notice that as it goes on, it appears to be orange. But as it starts to cool, you see it's actually black. The orange color that you see is the glow from the heat. Once it starts to cool off, that orange disappears, and you see more of its true color. So we're pretty much done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the annealer. We're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in the annealer where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. We're ready to remove it. Ben will take his tweezers, dip them in water. He'll drip a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the vase itself. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap, and off it'll come. To the right of center, Gabe has put on some Kevlar gloves. He's going to carry the finished vase to the annealer. There's the water. There's the tap. We'll melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And we're going to carry it to a annealer in the back. So let's have a big hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Ben Cobb. temperatures to fire pottery are higher than the temperatures that we work with here. And if they a civilization to make pottery, they had enough firepower to make glass.
I used to work at Kimball Glass in New Jersey.
Kimball.
Owens, Owens, Illinois, Kimball Glass.
Right, the scientific.
Yeah, low expansion glass.
Right.
Borosilicate. And they also make optical glass. So they make test tubes. So they make syringe cartridges. Pipe.
This is all photo. So we're starting the next phase in the center of the workshop. Gabe has dipped his pipe into the molten glass. He's going to blow a little bubble. He blows into the pipe, closes it up with his thumb. The heat and pressure expands the air. A little bubble pops out the opposite end. Sarah, on the far right, is heating up a bar of colored glass. And we're going to coat Gabe's bubble with the colored glass. Okay, why is the building in this shape? 3 reasons. Reason number 1, most important reason, it looks cool. Reason number 2, the whole building is designed to act like a giant chimney, so there's a natural updraft to take the heat and smoke away from the furnaces. Reason number 3 is historical. Along this waterway before the museum was here, there were a number of sawmills. The sawmills had big cone-shaped metal outbuildings where they burned the wastewood from the sawmills for power. In a less politically correct time, they were called wigwam burners. See, well, there you go. So those lined this waterway at one time, and when the architect was looking at old photographs of this area, he saw them, and that's what gave him the idea to make the buildings in this shape. Sorta. Mostly it looks cool. There's two types of furnaces. There's the glory holes and the glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the ones with the doors closed. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what they look like inside. So those contain the big ceramic tanks of melted glass. The round ones with the doors open, those are called glory holes. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. All the glory holes are the same. All the furnaces are the same. They're employees of the museum. They each have more than 20 years' experience making glass. These guys are world-class glass blowers, top-notch professionals. Well, 5 days a week. This is their job. I'm part-timer. I used to. Now Sarah's going to bring over a second color. And we'll push that backwards towards the pipe until it entirely coats the original bubble. When you layer one color on top of another, they stay separate layers. They do not mix. So now we're going to put another layer of clear glass on top of that bubble. Each time we dip it in the furnace and coat it, it's called taking a gather. Gather. So the glass you just added is clear glass. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. Sarah is shaping. Oh, Gabe is shaping up the glass. We'll blow it up a little bit. We'll let it cool and stiffen. When I say cool, I mean, go down to 1200 degrees. Not sure what the part of the process you're referring to.
Like, I thought he used a little bit of water when he pulled it out, but I might be wrong.
A little bit of water when he pulled.
I guess I'm not sure.
Okay. I mean, we have two types of tools that we keep wet. We have the block, which looks like a little scoop, and that's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water, but we don't scoop up any water in it. We use it empty. We just want the wood damp so it doesn't burn as we shape the glass. And then there's a pad of newspaper that we use to shape the glass, and we keep that wet as well. So. Yes. So it's just folded up newspaper soaked in water. It's one of our most important tools, oddly enough.
So if that newspaper were like soaked all the way and you put it on there, would it crack it or would it just evaporate?
Oh, it doesn't hurt it. So right now, Ben is using the block. That's the wood tool. Told you about. We leave it in the water all the time, but we shape the glass with it when it's empty. So now we have all the glass we need. We're going to heat it up, blow it up to its full size and shape. So you'll notice that Sarah is sitting to the left of the workbench. She's the person that's going to be blowing. She's going to blow through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it. So you can see now Sarah's blowing, and the bubble is getting bigger. Now, Ben, sitting at the bench, squeezing the glass with a tool called the jacks, and he's making a sharp crease in it. That crease is the place we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. When he points the glass down at an angle, the glass is soft and will stretch under its own weight, and that'll make the bubble longer.
So like on that one, you know, there's like those three balls right there. How do you make sure they're all the same size? Do you pre-weigh the glass, or you eyeball it, or how do you make them?
They're eyeball.
Really?
We use what's called a marble tool, which is like a little ring mounted on a handle, and we just roll the glass in the little ring, and we use the same ring for all of them. They come out relatively the same size.
It's very symmetrical.
Those guys are very good.
And are there different grades of glass? Like, you know, like metalworking, there's like alloys and stuff.
Different types of glass, different formulations to get a different taste. bubble of clear glass, and then we coat each bubble with a layer of colored glass, and then blow it up.
How long you been blowing glass?
I was really only a glass blower for about 10 years.
Really? How much of the overlap on design and actually making it? Like, do most of the designers make it, or do most of them just design?
Uh, I've never really calculated it, but I'd say
Just in general, like if you meet a designer, do they also blow, or is it kind of just?
um, most designers don't, I would say. I have no idea what the stats are, but these were designed by me, made by them.
How do you follow design so exactly? Like, I don't know. I guess I don't know how to ask the question, but like, with something like that, if it were metal, you would like CNC it, and it would be specific to the design. But how
Well,
do you kind of?
we take calipers off the measurements to depends how accurate you want it. I mean, we could have if we had a a real strict design drawing, then we could take caliper measurements off it and just match the glass to the caliper.
How do they get two kind of like? I've seen sometimes where there's like pretty different looking glass fused to another piece of glass. Um, how do those go together? You know?
You just fuse them.
That's it.
Yeah. So we're about to transfer the glass from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. So we sometimes draw out rods of glass like this. These are called cane. And if we melt them into this bubble, we'll get a stripe. So if you look at this, we made a big thick cylinder of glass. We melted on an orange cane, and then we twisted it. We could have melted on a rainbow's worth of cane.
Do they cool at different temperatures when you mix them there?
They're a little different. They work a little differently, different colors. So Sarah's coming over with the punty, Punty. We attach it to the bottom of the vase. We drip a little water where we want the glass to break off. Give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. So now it's held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Can we put up how hot is it? So these are the temperatures of our various pieces of equipment. The white numbers are Fahrenheit, the orange numbers are Celsius. Thank you, Chris. We're about to add a little decorative stripe around the edge of the vase. We call this a lip wrap. What did it get that time? Oh, it did. So Gabe in the gray shirt is preparing the lip wrap. You can bring it over to Ben, and Ben will wind on a strand of a contrasting colored glass. Do you guys have any questions? Now Ben's going to trim off the glass that he stretched out. We're going to widen the opening a little bit. Overnight. About 16 hours. Yeah, on purpose. The oven we put in has a little computerized thermostat, and we set it for 16 hours. And it just goes very, very slow.
So are the pieces they're making here in the store?
Yeah, today. Yeah.
How do they control like the air bubbles in the glass? Because sometimes I've seen some stuff where it looks like they have like purposefully put air bubbles in it.
Right.
How do you keep them out?
Well, the glass is regulated correctly. You cook it. It's not bubble dry necessarily. It melts in a couple of hours, but the glass is bubbly. And then we continue to cook it overnight, and all the bubbles rise to the surface and pop. And then we're going to put a baking soda. Use a solution of baking soda and water. Dip the hot bubble in there just very quickly. The water evaporates, leaves a coating of baking soda on the surface, and we dip it in the molten glass again. You get baking soda gases up and makes it fun. Oh, we just line this. He was lining everything up. It's hard to see on circular area where all these are. You only get the little sand and matting on the top to the bottom of A7. Yeah. Depends on who you're working with. Some people rubber mechanically produces great. But yeah. Oh wait, I have the. So Gabe on the far right in the gray shirt is coming over with the glass for the handles. Gabe brings it to Ben. Ben attaches it to the side of the vase. He'll run it down the side and leave a little section unstuck. Give it a little flare. That was my drawing for this.
A little bit of interpretation left
Yeah.
for me.
Oh yeah.
What's the design behind this tower here? Kind of just capture gases and stuff, or is it?
Well, the whole building is designed to act like a giant chimney, so there's a natural updraft.
Is there any? It's kind of a dumb question, but is there any reason he's kind of far away? Like he kind of has to run a decent distance to get over there. So wouldn't it make sense to have him right there?
Oh, yeah. We wanted for these handles, we want to stretch them a lot, so we want to keep it. We want them really soft. When it's really soft, um, it's hard to control. So you want to get it there when it's nice and fresh and hot. So that gives Ben more time to lay on and shape it. Does anybody have any questions? So we're almost done. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. We'll give the pipe a tap. Off it comes. We'll melt a little spot on the bottom, and we'll take it around the corner to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Ben Cobb, Gabe Feenan, and Sarah Gilbert. Can we put up some of the kids' designed stills? So if you look up on the big screen, these are some of the sculptures that we made from the children's drawings. So over on the right, we're about to coat a clear bubble of glass with colored glass. Gabe sitting down has the clear bubble. Sarah standing up is heating up the colored glass, and she's going to bring it to Gabe, and Gabe's going to coat his bubble with it. He'll smear that until it entirely coats the original bubble. Hi. How are you guys? Good. I'm good. A little tired. Oh. I asked them. They didn't want to hear from me. Good. You guys have any questions? Yeah, we're making another vase like we just made. Gabe has blown a bubble of clear glass, and we just coated it with some colored glass. Now Sarah's heating up a second color, and we're going to put the second color over that. Sarah's heating up the second color. She's going to bring it to Gabe, sitting at the workbench, and he'll coat his bubble with it. Thanks for coming in, guys. So now in the center, Gabe is going to shape up his bubble using a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. So in the center, Gabe is shaping his bubble up. The pad in his hand is made out of newspaper, folded up, newspaper soaked in water. So now Gabe's going over to our furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass around 2,100 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. It's like dipping it into a big jar of honey. So now Sarah's blowing as Ben sitting at the bench shapes it. They're squeezing the glass, making a notch in it. The tool is called the jacks, and making that notch is called jacking it down. So Sarah's blowing as Ben shapes the glass with the pad of wet newspaper. So we're holding a wooden paddle across the bottom to make the bottom nice and flat so it sits nicely on the table. We'll flatten the edges and then we'll push it in a little bit at the center. That'll make it sit even better. Do you guys have any questions? Just give everybody the heads up. It's about 4:30. The museum closes at 5. So if there's other things you want to do, go to the gift shop, look at the exhibits. Now would be the time to think about it. There you go. We like persistence.
Ashes in the air. Want to wear the lip wrap leg? Want to put marbles on things? Where's the lip wrap go?
So Ben's just making sure that the vase is on center. Working with glass is like working on a lathe or a pottery wheel. It's very important that the work is centered and you hold the tools against it as it spins. Excuse me? Murano's just glass made in Murano. Okay, but it's made like Wisconsin cheese. Made in Wisconsin.
But it's made with, it's called Vaseline glass because it's made with uranium.
Yes.
Yeah. What do you know about that?
What it produces a yellow-green color. Sometimes it's used to brighten greens up. You put a little uranium in there. It's a very low enrichment uranium. It's not dangerous.
Okay.
It's detectable with the Geiger counter, but it's not a threat. But they use it all over the world. That's number of glass products.
Okay.
So you can use it to make a fancy thing in Murano. You can use it to make a cheap pressed dish that you give away at the gas station.
So if I'm looking for some, what would it be a good search term to use?
Vaseline glass. Are you looking for like typical stuff from